Hello everyone, proclaiming first Tizzy Girl, and I hope you are having a good day. All... Not sure what happened there. Some random wiggling. Maybe need to dust off my mouse sensor. I haven't disabled the fog either. Oh. Oh! Sorry to hear that. He actually had a cold recently as well. I seem to have managed to dodge the bullet. And we did take the government recommended COVID tests, but they were all negative, so I assume it was just a cold. My husband and our tenant has both been coughing and not been in the best shape. I had a little bit of tingling in my throat one morning when I awoke, but it disappeared and it hasn't come back, and that's 3 days ago now, so I'm kind of hoping that I'm not going to catch it. So yesterday we had, let's say we had a little bit of maintenance work to do on the rail. What's going on with the random thing? Hold on. I just mute the microphone so you guys don't get your ears blown out. Maybe that helps. So, building all those signals, I mean, it's very similar to what I'm used to in Factorio, so I don't mind the signals at all. And the mousepad is clean, for the most part. I don't think there's anything there. Also, good evening, Groundbuster, or rather, good afternoon. I guess that would go for you as well, Tizzy. It would be good afternoon, now that I think about it. So anyways, I don't mind the signals at all. Oh, it is? Oh, yeah, never mind. It is evening for you, of course. Yeah, you're in the Netherlands. I'm trying to keep track of where you guys are. And for the most part, I usually succeed. Also, good afternoon to you as well, Addicted to Capping. My extended sleep, I didn't really sleep more. I just napped a bit. But, and that was nice. Otherwise, I would not be able to stream now. And I probably will not be streaming for 4 hours tonight. I mean, it's already 11:44 PM here, so... Then again, I probably won't fall asleep until 6 AM. But I really should try to do something about my sleep pattern before next week. But I've had several ideas for the factory, at least, that has been going around in my head, and that is a good thing, because it means that I have found the enthusiasm needed for the game again. The first thing I thought we would do, though, is finish this monstrosity here, and I mean, pre-Update 5, I was very worried about how I was going to decorate this building, but with Update 5 and all those things that they've added, like, they have this entire architecture thing here with all kinds of things now. As some of you saw yesterday, and I'm sure that some of you have also been paying attention to these things, so... I think that we might be able to decorate this building in a nicer way. Also, the patch that they pushed out today has made the autosaves much quicker again. But yeah, there's all kinds of walls and tilted walls and corner walls and inverted walls, and yeah, there's also some new windows which I really like. The hex frame windows, I really like these, but apparently I need silica to build those. The building defaults I changed to red actually back in Update 4, because I was kind of tired of the default orange. At some point, I'll probably go and change the color of the pipelines as well. I mean, I don't mind the orange. It looks very industrial. They've picked a good color for the orange, I feel, but... So it really looks like the default color scheme. It really looks like it's an industrial facility and so forth, based on real-life colors. But the Iron Man color scheme I have with the red and gold, which I didn't even think of when I picked the colors, because the yellow just complements the dark... I guess it isn't quite burgundy, but like wine red. Then someone pointed out that that's Iron Man. Thank you. It's much easier to do that now, though. You can just change it in the new customizer, which you have the hotkey X to open, and you don't need the paint gun anymore, which I am very, very happy about, because the paint gun was less than ideal. Although I'm a bit... That is a question. I haven't looked into that. That's what I'm wondering. Like, I can change all of the buildings by changing this, but if I want to change... Say if I want to... Oh! Oh, you just select it and hover over the building you want to change. I guess... And you can just hold down the mouse button as well. That's nice. That's quite interesting. Yep. I was just holding down the left mouse button and just dragging over the buildings, and it just applied to... Yeah, it's it's a definite improvement over the color gun, which, in addition to being inefficient and requiring the paint cartridges... Yeah, that's what it is. No, you still need the petals, but you don't need them for this. You need them for things like this. You can see down just beside my head here, the cost is 1 cartridge. Or if I wanted to have a no left arrow here. But you don't need as many of them, and you don't need them for the main things, like the painting of buildings. Something that I also noticed yesterday when I was watching someone else. Who was that? It was after my stream. Yeah, and you have quite a bit of them as well. Like, you have arrows, you have patterns, you have no Wally icon, which I'm going to use to make sure that if I need Wally to go somewhere, I'm going to line the path with those icons, because I mean, he will of course not respect that. Numbers. You have paths, full factory zone. No heretic, indeed, it's a no heretic sign. And yes, you can also paint the foundations individually, as you used to be able with the old paint gun. But I am a little bit amused by the fact that if you look at say the grip metal foundation, it does have a cost. Again, pointing to there, you can see that if you want to have these different foundation styles, you're actually paying to change the style of them. And the same applies to the walls and the roofs. And that brings me to the thing that I was made aware of yesterday. Foundations no longer just cost concrete. If I move my head, notice that they now cost iron plates in addition to the concrete. And I think that's maybe a little bit harsh. Like, I don't care. At the point where I'm in at my in this factory, it's not like I'm in any dire need of iron plates, but when you're starting out and you've just unlocked foundation, then you're going to have to need iron plates. Thankfully, it's just the regular iron plates, not the reinforced ones. That would be evil from the developers if they've done that. So, yeah. Maybe. I'm not really sure why they've done that. I found it to be an interesting change. Why does this... Oh. Yeah, the other thing that I noticed when I saw someone else do stuff is that... Well, you could usually do this. You can now hold... How did they do that? Because I very specifically saw... How did they do that? Oh, yeah. If you look at the... that would be up there. And on the other side, kind of covering the chat. If I now click the right mouse button, I'm changing between the different materials. If you have them unlocked. But I also thought that I saw them... I think that was Runesun, who also changed between the different types of foundations. Like, for instance, now I'm on the regular flat foundations, but I'm sure that I saw him click a button, and then it changed into, for instance, the ramps, but I'm not sure. The different materials do have different base costs, which is interesting. Like, the Fix-It foundation for one foundation is 5 concrete and 2 iron plates, but if I use the concrete foundation, that is just 2 concrete instead, so it's much cheaper. The grip metal is 2 steel beams, which is weird. And the coated foundation is 2 plastic, which is also weird. You could, but you would have to go unlock the concrete foundation in the awesome shop. So you would have to sync something first. I don't remember if you have the awesome sync and the awesome shop available at tier 1. I mean, I'm kind of far into the game at this point. Let's see here. Yeah, I unlocked more or less everything yesterday. It cost me 112 tickets or coupons, but I had that available, so... No, actually they were from the awesome shop. I want to go to the RD packs. Also, while I was a little bit annoyed by the backside of the signals showing that sign, I also realized that the signal also has a little indication light on the side, so you can see that the signal over there and the signal over there, it's red, and now that one turned green, so you can see the actual signal from the backside as well due to the indication on the what's its face? Pole. It's probably another word for it than pole, but it is a pole, isn't it? I also kind of like the tink noises. Post would work too, yeah. Sorry. So, one of the things that I realized yesterday is that a station design like the one that I have over there, if you have multiple stations, that needs to be rethought. I did talk a little bit about it in the stream yesterday when I realized that we need stackers now with the signals, just like we have in Factorio rail networks. We need stackers here as well, because otherwise you're going to have issues with the trains clogging up the main railroad, and you'll just end up with congestions, which for obvious reasons is not desirable. The primary suspect station area that I had in mind there was the station area that I have in the Northern Forest, where I have 4 stations, one for quartz, one for coal, one for sulfur, and one for deuterium, and that station really needs to be redone. Thankfully, I haven't started using it yet, so so that is at least something. So I can just rebuild it. Yes. And I also, when I was talking yesterday with Cobalt in DMs, we also the thing I'm going to have. You have 1 train per Statentacleon. It would still tentacle. Yes. I concur, Butspot. Hello, Peps. Welcome, Calpal. Well, as they say, in Norwegian they have this expression that I'm sure you have in English as well, but I have no idea about it, so I'm just going to literally translate the Norwegian expression. A beloved child has many names. So I'll take the nicknames as a compliment. Well, I can't do the claptrap voice because I haven't played the game. Borderlands 3, isn't it? I lost my train of thoughts there. Quite literally. Yes, okay. So the thing that when I was talking about this with Cobalt yesterday, the thing that I realized is that you can designate. Excellent. You can designate a station as uncomplicated, and then you can designate a station as complicated. And what I would designate as an uncomplicated station is a station that just is a pickup point. Say, for instance, iron ore, copper ore, something like that. But
I didn't say that. I wouldn't agree. Or I would not. Jeez, oh, Pete.
I think it was a mistake to add that one because I love to harass Wally with it, and now I'm getting harassed with it myself, but it is just too amusing, so I can't remove it either. But then the next level of station would then be the complicated one, and that would, for instance, be a station that is a pickup point for ingots. Because ingots have to go to many different points. If you want to have like a dedicated smelting area, thinking in terms of how we often have built things in Factorio, we usually have a smelting station. It's not that important to do that in Satisfactory, because in Satisfactory you can just do on-site smelting because the nodes are infinite, and that's not the default setting in Factorio. So usually you have a central smelting area in Factorio because whenever an ore area runs out, you just move that to a different spot, and then you don't have to move all of the smelting, which is basically also what I did in Dyson Sphere program. There are some circuit conditions already, as a matter of fact. They did add, in the train stations, they did add the, I guess you could call those a circuit condition. They did add the same things that we are used to, finally, from the trains in... Sorry. From the trains in Factorio, where you're allowed to set conditions on the trains. You can set them to, like, either all the wagons have to be full, and if they're not full, then the train can leave after, say, 15 seconds, and so forth. That was a very welcome addition, and I also feel that it is, like, a necessary thing, especially when you have the signals. And good evening to you as well, Cobalt Valkyrie. And yes, I guess that is more like acting conditions. They haven't really added circuit conditions to the game yet. Also, hello, Wally. I suspect that they will add circuit conditions because there are so many people that like circuit conditions, and circuit conditions really are, well, they're a boon. But one of the things that I really like about the signals here in Satisfactory is that they are truer to the signals in... Oh, thank you.
Hey, Regina Sinner, how you doing?
You're talking much more softly than most other people. Is this one of your new... is this an old clip, Cobalt?
SMRT. I am smart.
MOON. That spells smart.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Wait a minute.
No, what?
It doesn't phase you.
What?
Exactly.
That was awesome.
Yeah, quote of the day. Wally smart. Yeah, that's a good one. What is a totally new idea, Addicted to Capping? Thank you for remembering that, Peps. I'm not used to streaming, so I keep forgetting the shoutouts, which is poor. Bad streamer. That's what we call it. I was going to show you the awesome shop. Foundations. No, architecture. Actually, yes. No. Just use the RCSO for the associates as well. I don't remember exactly how I phrased that, but I specifically remember that I phrased it so that it would cover both. RC family or something. Wally, do you know if... Because I can't see that here. The textures... Yeah. You are, We have someone deluded in chat tonight, peeps. Good trolling, though. Oh, sorry. Good fluffy trolling. So, what I was going to ask is, when you have foundations, because I specifically remember that I unlocked that here. But apparently No, they are here. Okay, never mind then. I was going to ask if these are unlocked from the start, but since the foundations now require, like the base foundations now require 5 concrete and 2 iron plates, that is quite harsh when you are a new player. And then you can unlock this one, the concrete foundations material, for 4 coupons, which is rather cheap. And those are actually much more sensible in terms of... if you're a new in a new player or a new factory, I mean, you can use... Is it this one? Why would that cost 7? I thought it said it cost... I might have been looking at some other... But yeah, then you can build these. They are not pretty looking. I mean, these are, to put it mildly, really, really ugly. But they are functional, as indeed. They do look like concrete. Pave the world ugly. Yes. Yeah, the normal foundations look like they are coated with rubber. And the metal gratings... I guess it makes sense that they would need iron. But then they would also... I feel it would make sense if they would require rubber for the... Or maybe this is supposed to be just metal? I mean, it sounds like metal. Oh! Oh, that is a much more pleasant walking sound. Which brings me to the next question. Now I have to test this. E? Place 2 of these. E. Wasn't there another one? Oh, there is this one as well. This one is very pleasant to walk on. I mean, it doesn't look very good, but I don't think any of the new foundations looks good. I mean, I like the old ones. They give you a certain sense of the 16 by 16 grid. But I could live with these coated ones just because of the... It sounds metal. Yeah, it's like Iron Maiden. The walking sound here is much more pleasant than the one here. This one... Yeah, it's the same as that one. Not sure I'm too sold on the... Well, it does look kind of pretty with the reflection. I suppose these could be used for some kind of decorative purpose. I was wondering about that myself. It sounds like I'm walking on carpet. Thank you so much, Groundbuster, and hope to see you again soon. Because this is corrugated metal, isn't it? Or is this the rubber one? Grip metal. Yeah, I'm not sure. With the number of foundations that I build, Peps, I don't want to spend half my streams building the foundations. How dare you but tentacle fame such royalty like Iron Maiden? Well, I don't like Iron Maiden. To me, it sounds like noise. Like most metal does, to be honest. Hashtag content. Yeah, but I'm not sure people would be sitting here watching me doing that. The analysis of the rifle is completed, so I can make the rifle now. There was another one that I also wanted to unlock. Yeah, the radar. Yeah, I'm sure you would tentacle fun of me. This one? It was this one. Speaking of which, do I have the space elevator anywhere? I think I've torn that down. Because I have no clue. I could always check in the hub though. I have no clue where I am in terms of... I think I've unlocked everything. No, I've unlocked everything that I need for now. So I have a lot of things that I need to make production lines for. And then we could potentially go into nuclear power, but I'm not sure I'm going to bother with that. Although I have never built it, so it might be a good idea. The patch today seems to have fixed certain issues. I didn't see anything about fixing the fixing the issues that I had yesterday with the game crashing due to the trains. But Grand Canyon, Great Canyon. Oh, that's nice. Have you experimented with the new rendering engines, Cobalt? I was considering looking at using the Vulkan one, since my GPU is at 92%, but I didn't want to experiment with that as I was going into streaming. Well, that's one thing that I can say. Most of the singers in metal bands have amazing voices, without a doubt. It's just that when they sing metal, I don't like the music because it's too much noise. The same, you also have some of the world's best guitarists, one of those pronunciations, usually tend to play in metal bands. Well, Clapton would be a very honourable exception to that rule and so forth, but take Thomas Huolopainen from Nightwish. He made an album about the life of Scrooge, or the life and times or something of Scrooge McDuck, the cartoons made by Don Rosa, which is my favorite Donald Duck / Scrooge McDuck cartoonist. And that album is really, really nice. And also, I don't remember her name. Tara something? The old singer for Nightwish, and it's also the Dutch singer for Tarja. Thank you. Tarja did a collaboration with Mike Oldfield on his, I think it's music. I don't remember which one it was, but there she just hums, and her voice is so pleasant. Obviously, I cannot play that song on stream, but it's called Never Too Far. So it's Tarja and Mike Oldfield. It's on the Tubular Beats. Very, very, very relaxing album. And Thomas Holopainen, it's the life and times of Scrooge, which is supposed to be like a companion soundtrack to the life story of Scrooge McDuck. What's the name of that Dutch singer that I'm thinking about? If only my husband was here. He would immediately let me know. Might be Within Temptation, yes. If you have her name, I would immediately be able to say yes or no. She does some collaborations. She has done some collaborations with Armin van der Buuren. That is probably a bad pronunciation of his name. Where she's been singing or using the power of her voice in more... Armin van Buuren, yes? I have... but her voice is really powerful. I'm sure that I had have a song of her, but I have like 400 songs. Thank you, Sharon Denarl. Yes, indeed, that is her. Her voice is also amazing. Yep. Yeah, Within Temptation did sound very... very familiar. One of my best friends is the guitarist in Clawfinger Peps. Norway. I mean, you know, Norway, metal. It's kind of a thing up here. I'm used to it. Actually, the guy who is the guitarist in Clawfinger, his practice studio is just like outside the window. So and there's just like 5 meters between, and then the wall on the other side of our apartment is where his practice studio is. So usually when he's practicing either alone or with his friends, I'm getting a free concert here. But he's also like, when he plays guitar, he can play basically anything. I should have made this just chatting. I was supposed to do things with the factory. I know I've been chattering away for 35 minutes. But that's nice. I like that. That is one of the nicest things with streaming. Sorry. I have some dead skin on my lip that wanted to be removed. So what I have to do on this floor here is basically just copy the design that I already have here, but I also have to factor in, because I said yesterday that I was going to look at the factory here and try to map what I had done. I have not done so I'll have to do that on stream. I believe I have all of the materials needed, because I have the building train down in the first floor. So according to my spreadsheet, I'm going to need 40 refineries on this floor. Actually 46, but how much polymer resin am I making? I'm making 600. No. Yeah, I'm making 600. Yeah, I'm making 600 and I'm using 600. So it's going to be 46 refineries on this level. But I am confused. Or rather, I was confused. Now I'm no longer confused, because apparently this pipeline here is sufficient to support 20. Yeah, it is. And this is where blueprints or some kind of copy-paste function would have been nice, because since it's been a while since I've done this. Well, that's simple. What the heck? Okay. That's me just holding down control. No further comments on that. But the ladder is supposed to be... Right. I don't know what it's snapping to, but... Well, the refinery is supposed to be there. This is where smart would have been handy. Did I build them this close? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did, because the ladder will now be just outside, won't it? Yep. Norway and Finland, those are the capital nations of the world when it comes to metal. Okay, maybe turn it around. Is that correct? Apparently it is. As is this. Yeah, smart really makes life simpler in terms of not having to fiddle with placing things. You only need to fiddle with one thing, and then the rest just goes from there. Now the question is, how did I do the pipe over here? I'm a bit confused as to why I didn't just... Does this pipe... Wait. No, this level is correct. Because this level is producing the heavy oil residue. And heavy oil residue, I need 30 refineries. Never mind. We are going to go down one level. Now, I haven't connected this up to anything. Why have I not connected this up to anything? And I'm going to be producing 1200. And according to my spreadsheet, I'm currently using 800. That's a bit curious. I suspect that it's supposed to be 0, but that I haven't cleaned it up from my copy-paste. See you soon, Cobalt. And thank you for the lurk, too. Okay, now... $1,200. So... 10 of these will be producing 400. Each of these are going to need Mark II. Ugh, I'm going to have to think. That's no fun. And I placed the blenders down here. And I prepared the pipelines for one set of them. And this set of blenders is going to require exactly 600. It is also going to require 1,200 water, so I am going to need 20 water extractors for this at default clock speed. Right. That means I'm going to need 2 pipelines of water. I assume that I have taken that into consideration here. Yes, I have. Because I have one pipeline on top, which isn't connected to anything. The lower pipes... I'm not really sure what I've been thinking here. If each of these require 300, which they do, Why have I made 2 pipelines? Might be due to the pipe bug that I was thinking about the overhead that we have in the pipes. I don't know. Not that it really matters, I suppose, but this could have been one pipe loop. I mean, this isn't taking anything out. It's just taking in. But I'm also going to have to balance the. Or am I? What's the letter that I'm looking for here? Not that. N. 15 times 30 is 450. I did not perceive that as combative. Related to clapping. $450.
My nondescript facial appendages quiver with anticipation every time I see you.
Have to do that, I suppose. I feel charged. That's a tiny raid. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in, Bold Viking. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the tentacles. We all demand to see the fat red cat. Well, he isn't really fat. I mean, he's quite thin.
Off we go. Oh, that's a good amount of yeet. Ah, we're overshooting. We're so overshooting.
I did not expect that. Well done. Yes,
We hit the top of the space elevator.
That is fairly impressive, actually. Yes, fat cat shall be shown. 2 seconds. I might have to go look at it and look after him. Be right back. He does usually. He was actually on his way into the office, which is why I didn't have to go look for him. Because he was coming as I rounded the corner of the desk. Tentacle Mo. Yes, Wally keeps saying that Gizmo is a flurkin. It's dripping saliva all over my hand now. Ow. You know, you're not normal. You're no, not my nostril. Did he just? Oh.
Not all who wander.
There's something
are
going on
lost.
because he's growling, and I think there's something going on in the living room. This is a very unusual expression for him. Okay, it wasn't that important, apparently. Why are you wanting to lick my headset? It makes sense. Not nostril. No. No. Stop with the nostril. Aww. He's actually posing for the camera today. That's something. He is a very weird cat. Trust you me. But he's a very affectionate cat. Hmm? He's actually looking into the camera as well. I think he's hearing sounds from the kitchen and hoping there might be. I assume that when I put him down now, he's probably going to run into the kitchen. Yep. After a little going around himself on the floor there, and then he went off. Yeah, well, I can't help you with that, but I do have to go wash my hands because I'm full of cat
Not
saliva.
all who wander are lost.
Also, thank you so much for the follow, Evil PLA and Frisco07, and I shall return very shortly. Yes. This should only take a minute. There we go. So I could probably set up the old webcam I have to use as a cat cam, but Gizmo isn't the most calm cat, so it would probably mostly be showing an empty chair, which sure how fun that would be. Also, it would tax my poor graphics card. Exactly. Tax my poor graphics card even more than it already is taxed. And it is at 96% while I'm just doing this, so... Okay, so balancing these things, these refineries, I'm not sure how I'm going to do that, to be honest. You would smell correctly. I am from Norway. Can I... There. I want a soup. So. And then I probably want to go to a different... I have a... Yes, I do. With regards to these, should probably be placed in the middle there. These are easier to place from down here, I think. Yep. Correct. Then it might be a good idea to connect all these up. It's probably easier if I just connect them up like this first, and then in between. And I do believe that that one needs to be Mark II. Same with that one. Doesn't strictly need to be, but probably makes things a little. Yes. I'm not sure what I've done here. Apparently, I have forgotten to, or rather, I connected one power line from there to there without connecting to the middle. I shall rectify this. Oh, already connected. I have very clear oil to drink, though. It's almost as clear as water. Now, mineral oil, yes. Doesn't quite have the viscosity of mineral oil, though. It's a bit too liquidy. You will poorly assemble my chair, so I fall. I have experience with falling. Let's connect these to one another, which should start up those refineries. Trust me, if that was vodka, this stream would be very different. I can't handle very much alcohol. So these are working. And they are pushing the liquid down. And I'm making 1,200. Oh. That's why this isn't correct. This should be 0, and this should be 0. Are you Swedish by any chance? Just making some random guesses here. There's a certain... Yeah, I had a... There was a certain... Swedish... yeah, exactly. That took me a while to decipher this. For the uninitiated, Swedes and Norwegians are natural enemies. Kind of like Americans and Canadians. So we do pretend to like one another, and we do have friendly what's it called? Norwegians do love to go to Sweden to shop. How the heck am I going to do this? Each of these segments are producing 400. Peps shall remain quiet. You would be absolutely spot on correct there, Tizzy Girl. Your skills at deduction is quite good. Okay, so how I can do this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, and so if I cut this pipe there, that means I have 15 on that side and 15 on that side. And 15 times 40 should be 600. Yes, it is. Of course, yeah, no, that will work. Go away. And I need Mark II pipelines. They said that they did some. Apparently, you. Yeah, you know, French, Germans, Belgians. There's all kinds of neighborly rivalries around the world. Most of them quite amusing. This one can connect up to there, and that one can connect up to here. Yes, that sounds pretty accurate. And then I suppose I can take the pipe from there and center it, right? Yes. I can pull that to, say, here. Of course, it would be more helpful if I actually put it where it's supposed to be. It's nigh impossible when you're standing on the same level as where you want to build it. There. Now the question is, where do I take the other pipe out? Well, I guess the most logical location. Oh, I was going to ask you before you leave, Boat. I thought you had already left. How is your magnificent space cow coming along? Did you make great progress today with making larger tentacles? Excellent, excellent. I approve. Then you have the Lord of Tentacles' blessing to go to bed and wait, what? The what? The cat farm? Oh dear. I know some people would approve, but I also know a lot of people who wouldn't approve. No, as long as it isn't Gizmo. Depends on the cats. Disco cats. Pyanodons have some fairly strange ideas, I should say. Sorry about that. I didn't quite manage to push the mute button before the first cough. Sleep well, my friend, and I hope to see you again tomorrow. Very likely that I'll talk to you tomorrow, actually. Now that would be in the same... Okay, I need to evaluate this from down here. So one pipeline will be going to this set. Which means that with the new addition of... I mean, it doesn't really make sense, since I have the pipes coming on this level. It doesn't make sense to take it out of the building, just to take it in again. Since they added... is that? They added the lift floor, and they also added the pipeline floor. So I could use these and have the heavy oil residue just come down. But I still don't understand why I made this 2 pipelines. I think I want to change that, and I've also forgotten. No, I could do that. Let's remove this, because I'm not going to be using this anyway, so this is just going to be in the way. And I think I want to re-evaluate what I've done here. This is the middle. So what if I take all of those glass foundations and I remove that? Yes, you would be absolutely correct, which is why you would not find me playing Pionodons. Ugh. Yeah, I probably should do that thing where I have a button on my stream deck to just play the ads when I do breaks and stuff. I've forgotten to add that. Math games do indeed make the oil brain sluggish, which is why you would not find me playing Pionodons. The mere concept of playing it terrifies me. Now, if I do this frame floor, this one is new. Ooh. That one is interesting. Does it have... This one has potential. But it isn't what I'm looking for. I need you. Bold is... special? Then again, Bold is a programmer, which does give him certain advantages when it comes to these things. If I... This... and... is this the right one? Yes. Then I pull this over here. I might want to change all of these, but I think these, yeah, these require steel beams. Getting Bold back into Vanilla Factorio, yeah, maybe in 2030 something when he's done with his current Pionodon space. And the next thing I would like to do here... Let me just test something for fun. Oh, me. Why would I do that when I can play games like Satisfactory or Dyson's Fair Program? Architecture. Reasons. Okay. Reasons. I do love that they have added concrete pillars. Because... well, I didn't want the big ones. Small metal pillar. I place that there. Then I place a concrete pillar there. My issue with these pillars is the reflection lens flare, although it seems to be more... Have they actually toned that down? Is it just me, or have they toned that down? That doesn't look anywhere near as annoying as it used to look. But these ones definitely do look better. But this doesn't look half bad. Does the same apply to the large ones? They have toned it down. Quite drastically as well. This looks much better than it used to do. Then again, there is something with the graphics, and I can't put my fingers on exactly what it is, but things look crisper in general. Anyways, what I was going to do here, if I take that and I place one of these in each corner of this. Did the stream have some kind of hiccup? My card wasn't dying, but it dropped down to 30% usage or something. Briefly. 3080. Palette 3080. Okay, so I actually have to do... vertical. Like that. I'm just testing stuff now. Okay, so that doesn't look good at all. If I build one on top of that... And yes, I know, I was one of the lucky ones. Then again, I did order the card on the release date, and I ordered it within 20 minutes of when Komplett actually pushed the cards out into the web shop. And even if I managed to order my card less than 20 minutes after they actually put them into the web shop, I had to wait 2.5 months until I got the card. But I'm not complaining, because I actually paid MSRP. So I paid a reasonable, sensible amount of money for this card as well. I'm terrified of the card having some kind of malfunction, though. This might have potential. I can walk underneath it. No, I'm fully aware of of your struggles there. Although things seem to be on the mend, though. I saw that one of the Norwegian outlets actually had 3060 cards on a sale now, which means they haven't been able to get rid of them. Because why else would they put that on sale? It was 16% off. Then again, you would not accept a 3060. I know you more than well enough to know that that is completely out of the question. Okay, so if I put a fluid buffer... This doesn't center on the foundation. It does. It's just... Oh, the prices will not normalize. That's not happening. Yep, exactly. 2025, 2030. So if you want one of those cards, you're going to have to pay. There is no way that the prices are going to normalize before 2025 at the very earliest, indeed. They may drop some, but we are using way too much wafers in way too many different things for prices to equalize, or normalize, I mean. Because if I have that there, and this might actually work. Let's remove this. I don't know if that looks good or anything, but it's fun to experiment. So this would be on this level here. Or rather on this... what's its face? Now, I would like to have... I think this is the right one. I need to get used to the fact that I have to double click as long as I have souping enabled. I think this is the right level. Well, it isn't. Is this the right level? Yes. So that should be on the center of this. Isn't it? There is a problem with that, actually. that problem being if I put a pipe in there and I can't attach it to there. But this one is 1 meter too high. Is there... Yes, there is a way I can fix that. Let's redo this. Let's put one there. Hold on a moment. Could I... Aw. I can make modern art. Yes. Isn't that nice? It's an original Caledon. I haven't played on consoles since my Xbox 3060. 3060? 360! 3060, I don't know where that came from. Okay, one, and I want to put that there. Then I'll take that one, and... Indeed, Peps, indeed! I also discovered how to make the heretic symbol. Good. Then I place that one there. There. And remove these 3. I should still be able to walk underneath. Perfect. Make it color. Can you color these things? No. Doesn't take color. Yeah, we were oh. Ooh. This is also very handy. We are considering getting a PS5, but my issue with consoles is that oh, that would be pretty ugly. My thumbs hurt, especially. That's one of the reasons why I prefer the Xbox over the PlayStation, even though I prefer the PlayStation over the Xbox because the PlayStation is much better. And it doesn't make sense for me to have an Xbox because anything you can play on an Xbox you can play in Windows due to the Xbox Game Pass thing. So any Xbox exclusive games will be released for Windows, whereas it would make more sense to have a PlayStation, since those will not necessarily be released on Windows. And most of the PS4 games that were ported to Windows were pretty bad in terms of the porting was not at all well done. When I recorded Detroit Become Human, I had to use my laptop to record the audio for my voice, because otherwise it would make these weird, like there were some ticking noises in my voice because the engine just didn't handle OBS. But the controllers on Xbox is more suited for my small hands and small thumbs, because you don't have to stretch the fingers as long to get to the what are they called again? The sticks? Except this one goes there and then goes to there. Why isn't this... Why does this have a horrible pink color? Yeah, the joysticks, thank you. But I don't want this to be that color, I want that to be that color. Do I really have to go and manually do this on every... That's going to be annoying. And then if I do Mark 1 pipeline between there, then I get 300 into that. This is dangerous. Or rather, this is not ideal. What I should do, rather, is I should repeat my little... I don't need that. The PS5 controller does look a lot better than the PS4 one did. But I'm not sure if the difference is enough in terms of my thumbs. But then again, I haven't gotten the opportunity to test one yet. Ah, crying out loud. Double click. I want this to be here, I think. Yeah, I do. And then... well, I can't do it there, but I can do it here. I wonder how many attempts I'm going to have before I remember that I have to actually do the double clicking there. And this is one of the times where I can say that I absolutely love the new clearance things, because I would not have been able to do that before, and this is very useful for me right now. Wyvern time will be redeemed. And I can remove that, and that. Also want to remove these. Not sure, and that's not going to be far enough. Let's move this here. And build that there. Move these. Mark II pipe. Mark II pipe. Technically, I could have just have a turn here, but... the reason why I'm doing it like this is because I want this to balance somehow. Instead of... like, if I had connected it there, this part would most likely claim more of the HOR than that part, so this part would very likely end up being starved. I don't need all of this to be Mark II pipelines, because each of these segments here require 300 exactly. But by doing it like this, I am fairly certain that it will balance-ish evenly. So, Wyvern time had His Imperial Majesty yesterday, so today we can have Crown Prince. Eagerly awaiting the return of Myth. Doesn't like that the camera censors it. Yes, it's an evil camera. So this is Crown Prince Bliv. First in line to inherit the divine throne of the God Emperor. My mother did have me checked. Yes, I am crazy. I'm not going to debate that. Okay, that's one of these. And the reason why I wanted that fluid buffer there is so that I have a buffer of... yeah, that's what I figured as well, Tizzy Girl. Like, meh, sanity, who cares? Now, can I do this? Yes, I can. I can do that. Will this snap? I like Peps's version here as well. Sanity? What is that? Like, is it a car? Auto 2D? What the heck is that? That's a new build mode. Horizontal to vertical? Auto? Auto 2D? Noodle? Okay, there's something that I have to get used to as well. Indeed, Peps, I do subscribe to the same idea. Okay, so if I mirror this, like if I do this at the other side there as well, just have the pipe come down opposite side and then go out that way instead. Could work. I think I shall do that. Okay, that means this is not at all where I expected the pipeline to come. I cut it up there. Means I can take one pipe out that way, and that won't be nearly as long as the one that's going to come out here. Do the glass foundation have any? Have you turned into Wooly? That is my initial question to this statement. Oh! This gives... No, it's probably snapping to... No, it is snapping to the... Wow. They've actually given snap lines. I'm not sure right now. If I then do this to there, that should start filling up this buffer. Excellent. I don't think we need more of that. Yeah, I saw something about snaplines in today's hotfix. There's something about snapping to something with pipes. This should say 600. Yeah, well, some of the refineries above are full due to the polymer resin, which could be the reason. But it should say 600. Let's go check. I empty that one? I didn't. These are definitely full. There's some pipeline that is not Mark II here. No, that wouldn't make sense, because then it wouldn't have been at 500 and... Yeah, fluids are always a challenge. Yeah, it's... There is this thing with pipes that I'm not sure if they have fixed in update 5, which was... That was kind of the issue with my aluminium setup. I nearly said aluminum there. Good thing Wally isn't around. And since they've now added the fill rate here, because I don't think they had that pre-patch update 5, it actually confirms that there is something funky going on with... Why did it go to 601? That doesn't even make sense. Oh well. It's working as well as I can expect it to work. Actually, I thought that the this one would struggle, like, based on my experiments in update 4. I think I found that there was around 2% loss. Now it seems to... I don't know what that's about. Might be because it's full. Let's just quickly go check that the fluid buffer over there is still... Yeah, 2% error in pipes for fill and drain. Exactly. It's like there's this magical 2% that doesn't exist. But it seems to be better. I'm really happy that they added this. Current mounting, yeah. I also hope that they redo, or rather refine this. Where did I get silica from? No idea. Move that, and then I have to remember to double click. Well, yeah, this is going to be... You would have to nag on Wally. He has taken the responsibility for it. So probably when his work is a little bit less crazy than it is currently. I think he has quite a few things to do at work these days. Okay, so, well, the pipe is actually going to be quite long because I need it to come down here. But one of the things that I did learn in Update 4 after reading a guide on the pipelines is that unless a pipe segment is entirely full, there are all kinds of weird things going on, which is, as far as I was able to gather, very in line with how fluid dynamics work in pipes in real life. So I think that Coffee Stain has done a fairly accurate job at making the fluid dynamics in Satisfactory very true to life. Exactly. So it has to do with pressurization of the pipe. The only thing that I do know that there was, I don't know if they fixed that in Update 5, but there was a rather serious bug with the valves. And that would namely be if you placed a valve, which you can do a limit on, that had issues. So if I, for instance, I don't know if they've fixed that. I didn't look for that in the pipelines because I so rarely use valves. But say I set it to 450, then the bug was something like, in reality it was only letting 300 or something through. It was a weird bug. But they may have fixed that. The patch notes were rather long. I used to dread the fluids as well, but now I don't mind anymore. I've gotten used to them now. It's just a matter of... I mean, I have more than 2,000 hours in the game, so it's more or less a matter of just doing it enough times. Also, good evening, Age Boomer. Pleasure to see you. Is it the pipe actually go down there? Okay. Oh, I haven't built the. Yeah, there are some oddities going on here. Some of these are orange, and that would be the pipe supports, and the other ones are red. Actually, no, it isn't unpredictable. That's the thing. It feels unpredictable until you understand the how everything connects together. Like, you have to understand what we just talked about, the pressurization of a pipe. Like, if there is air inside a pipe, and this goes for a real-life pipe as well, if there is air inside a pipe, you get a very different result at the output end of the pipe than you would get if the pipe was fully saturated with fluid. The pressure is very different. So, yeah. And since what Coffee Stain has done, according to the guide that I found, let me just open my browser. I'm pretty sure that I had that here somewhere. Close it. Hold on. This might have been updated since I pinned this message. Let me just check if it has. Welcome back, Wally. This is 4 months ago. This is version 1.3, so it does seem to be updated. The browser will just pop up unless they've fixed that in OBS. Yeah, they haven't fixed that. Now it will now fade out and fade in. I have to do it once. So this is the Fix-It Inc. Plumbing Manual, a guide to pipelines, which is made by Mark Gallion. And this explains not that one. This explains fairly in detail how the pipes and the fluid dynamics work. And yeah, as it states here in the very first page of actual information, it says full pipes are happy pipes as long as you make sure that the bubble icon is full. Pipes should not behave in weird ways. So the entire key is to make sure that a pipe is full on the bubble icon at all times, and then you will get the results that you expect. The moment the bubble icon or a pipeline is not fully saturated, aka there is air in there, you will get weird ways or weird behavior. So that is the core thing about pipes, to understand that you need to make sure that you're saturating the pipes fully, which is, for instance, why when I did the fuel generator setup, I very specifically, it isn't necessary because that fuel generator setup that I did is overproducing fuel compared to how much fuel is actually needed by the reactors or the fuel generators. And the reason why I did it that way is to have contingency in case people run into issues with it. But yes, overproduce a little tentacle all the time to keep it smooth when you can. I'm not doing that in this setup, but In this setup, I'm not too concerned about it, but what I'm doing and the instruction that I gave with that is to pre-fill everything. Like, these are not running, these aren't even powered, but I am pre-filling all of the pipes. So this pipeline is now full. The bubble icon is full. So when I start all this up, everything all the way back up to every single refinery will be full on the HOR. I need to deal with the polymer resin before I start up the production down here as well, to make sure that the refineries are actually totally saturated. As long as you do that when you do fluids, and of course the numbers that you're working with are correct, your results should not vary. And that is also, yes, that is why I build the fluid buffers, because these fluid buffers that I'm building here, even though I am producing 1-to-1 ratio, like there is being produced 1200 HOR upstairs, and 600 goes to that side and 600 goes to that side, and each of these sides, like there's 12 blenders here and 12 blenders there, they each demand exactly 600, so I'm producing to a 1-to-1 ratio. These fluid buffers are kind of a contingency to make sure that the bubble icon on the HOR lines, this is going to be for water, but this is for that purpose, to have these fluid buffers. I'm also going to have fluid buffers for water, but I'm not exactly sure where I'm going to place that. If I'm still using a heretical spreadsheet, I'm not sure why you would say that it's a heretical spreadsheet, but yes, I am, as you can see. Why is the spreadsheet heretical? And how many times do I have to explain to you that you're not the one who defines what is heretical? That is my job. No, I'm not. Oh yeah, no, yes, I am using your spreadsheets as well. When I need things to be, when I deal with more complicated things, like, that's what you meant. Okay, yes, I am using the heretical spreadsheet as well. No, you would be right. Your spreadsheet is for the more advanced builds, whereas this one is like very, very non-advanced. Because I don't need that kind of automation in the spreadsheet here. I think there. And that should connect to there. Yep. Okay, now I have to do this. Oh. Did it used to have that snap line before? Yes, whenever I do a complicated build, then I use your spreadsheet to design it, but uncomplicated builds, then I just use this. This. There is a certain satisfaction to... sorry. It is very satisfactory to use good old pen and paper. Yes, that is exactly how I intended to build that. Oh, this is just wonderful. No having to manually measure out these anymore. Exactly, TC Girl. So that's the point of the buffers, indeed. Now I wish I could do something. I suppose I can. I'm not sure if it's gonna look good though. So this is 700 COC. Just this. Go. So. On this one, low preset. Does that change all of my pipes? My god, that looks absolutely horrible. I'm not going to use that. Fix it primary, fix it secondary. That was interesting. Actually updated a little bit at a time. Well, it makes sense. It had to update the entire factories. Because I don't think that I'm going to bother painting every single one of these. For wyvern time, I might have to go pick up more wyverns. Then have one of those. Then pipeline. And I want that pipe to go all the way over to yeah, I think on the middle here. Give 4 meter. I love that one, Wally. That was a good one. Ah, that was just perfect. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. So I'll just go to the bathroom. I'll go pick up a wyvern on the way. So be right back. Let's look at the train signals. There we go. I brought Niv. Seems to be very confused by all the monitors. He does have a little bit more fluffy hair than his older brother and father. Sit over here together with them. Wyvern time redemption has been done. There is shock value whenever Peps does give a compliment, indeed. How did I do this over here? I guess the most sensible way of doing this would be to do that. So it's right on the middle. I do like this new clearance stuff. Thank you so much for popping in, Tizzygirl, and I hope you have a nice rest. Because I need to get back into the feel of streaming before I start doing compliments and insults. I can come up with a few answers to that worry. But let's keep it civil, shan't we? Yeah, it doesn't want to snap to the pipeline opening down there, but I think this is the correct. I should test that. This one is correct at least. Yep. That one should... Yeah... Okay, so that one is not in the correct location, actually. Must have missed something. Or it snapped to the wrong thing. Why isn't it removing these? I very specifically marked them. That looks better. Now, how did I connect? Okay, yep, fine. Now I confused myself with the... So is this actually correctly snapped? Yes, it is. And for some weird reason I decided to use... I have no idea why I've even done it like this. This doesn't even make sense. There we go. For some reason I've done it over there as well. I'll fix that afterwards. This is a little bit more... it's a little very close. Right on this side I have the water at the first. The here? them. And second one there. And then that one preferably in the correct hole. And there. And this one goes there. Can't afford. Okay. Well, I do hope we have more copper sheets hanging around here. I have no idea where I got that silica from. Yeah, we have plenty of them. Too far. Yeah, I don't really need plastic. I was thinking that maybe I should have picked up more plastic as well while I was down there, but it's strictly not necessary. Okay. Now we have to repeat that on each of these. This one is going to be a little bit more tricky than Horse wiping time is important. How am I? Okay, so I'm going to have to wing this. But I'm fairly certain that is correct. And indeed it is. Also, I don't really need Mark II pipeline stairs. I'm actually going to remove them and replace them with Mark Is. Speaking of fluid dynamics as well, as we were talking about earlier, that is also why I'm building this in a circle around the entire thing instead of just having two lines coming out, because I want the fluid to be all around. Try to ensure that there is enough fluid available at all times. Again, I'm going to have to try to wing it. That does look correct. Should go in there, and they should be straight. That's good. Good evening, Krashafa. How are you? Okay, I need to turn off the zooping now.
Oh, Krashafa.
Krashafa, yep. That was a very short clip. And thank you, Peps. Then now, okay, so this work is done. Good. That is always a cause for celebration. Is it 2 or is it 3? It's 2 actually. At least when you have some distance between them. So these ones are going there. 1, 2. So far I'm quite happy with update 5. I had lots and lots of crashes yesterday because of the train scheduler. When I was doing some rework on the railroad. But other than that, I haven't had any issues at all, actually. I really love the new clearance stuff. This just makes life so much easier. Here, I want the water to come on second foot. The signals took me a little while to wrap my head around them, especially since I kind of expected the signals to be more like the chain signals in Factorio, but they are in no way like those, because what the chain signals in Factorio does is that they consider the tracks the relevant part. They do not consider they do not take the train into consideration the way that the path signals do here, because when a train comes to a path signal in Satisfactory, it actually does an evaluation of whether there is available track inside of the path signal block for that train to pass through, which means that more than one train is allowed inside of a path signal block, unlike in Factorio where only one train is ever allowed within a chain signal block. I guess both they're called, both ways of doing that has both its advantages and disadvantages, but yeah, I'm generally quite happy with it. You just have one train, that's probably quite beneficial there. One thing that I did mention when I talked to Cobalt last night was that I am very, very, very happy that I did not have to deal with the new train signals in my old base, the one that I had in the Dune Desert, because that would not have been fun, considering you have to set up signals. Like, you need the block signals so that your train lines are segmented into blocks. Otherwise, the trains will not drive on the line. If for instance, this entire length only had one signal here and one signal at the end, then a train would have to wait over there until the train on the line had come all the way past that signal before it would be allowed to leave its stop over there. And that's more or less like train signals work in real life, I think. Is done now? Looks done. So then I have to repeat this here. Take some time to get used to that as well. With the new foundation rotations in the game, I might actually try to do something circular. I've never done that because the concept of it has rather annoyed me. But you can get some great buildings building circular. Now that I don't have to spend half an hour with a copper wire on the ground and so forth. I mean, I could have done it with smart, but I'm lazy, okay? Well, I can tell you everything about that. Remove them yet. Yeah, I need that one. Have up 2. Actually, I think I need the water to come in somewhere else. That should be fine. Yep, I'm definitely a fan of all the snap lines being a lot more consistent now. Come on. Speaking of which, there is one thing that I want to test. No, they haven't fixed that. That would have been too much to ask for. The ever-perpetual annoyance. Today's patch did fix quite a bit of issues, so it does look promising. I feel the autosaves are quicker today than they were yesterday. Okay, so that's ready. And then we go to this part here. And again, I think water on the topmost. Okay. Not sure if this is the correct location, but I think it is. Definitely looks like this. This one would go there. And this one would go here. This one should be there. And here. It felt like they were more... that everything took more time yesterday. But after today's patch, the autosaves seem more sensible in terms of the time they take. So... I don't think you need to worry about it today. Not that... Nothing did crash yesterday, but I'm keeping my autosaves intervals at 5 minutes. When I'm playing on experimental. I don't want to lose like a lot of stuff that I've done. And when working on trains yesterday, I did manual saves. After I had 2 of the crashes, I started doing manual saves rather frequently to avoid that issue, because that was annoying. Certain things I had to redo 3 times. No, 2 times. I mean. See, the autosave is incoming now. So... 3 seconds. Which I believe yesterday was around 7 or 8. Maybe 6, but it was definitely not 3 seconds yesterday. Yep. You have an art project of a coal plant. Interesting. I need to see that. Some of the stuff you do is really nice looking. I wasn't, like, I'm not very convinced by the new concrete foundation.
My nondescript facial appendages quiver with anticipation every time I see you.
Welcome in, Og. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome to the Raiders. I hope you had a nice stream.
Not all who wander are lost.
Thank you for the follow, Steffer Fox Art.
Hey, frickin'. No finesse, I swear.
If you want finesse, hire elves.
Ah!
You okay, Og?
What's happened now?
That's a good one.
He fired that thing and it kind of knocked me off. So I was like...
The timing of that, just after he said hire elves, that was perfect, because it seemed as if you were screaming at the idea of hiring elves. How is the new Valheim patch? I've yet to actually play Valheim properly. Bit of something to do with this game taking up all of my life. I'm actively streaming. Mr. Maizena! And there. And now I just have to do these. It definitely did look nice, that new patch.
Filter from the alien technology or some shit? Damn, I forgot the first aid kits. Shit. Oh! Yippee! My moth! My sea moth! Dude! Not cool, man!
I'm sorry, Mr. Maizena, I was hungry, okay? And it looked so tasty. You call it IKEA? Sheesh. This name amuses me. I'm sad that I cannot play Subnautica. Oh, yeah, of course, yellow with blue stripes. Yeah, Subnautica is one of those games that I think that I would actually love, but I can't play it because it makes me very, very motion sick. To the point that I can't even watch people play it. A clip like that is okay, but actively watching someone play it? It's one of the very few games that makes me motion sick. And it has to do with the 360-degree movements and the distortion that's going on with the water when you're underneath water. And it... yeah, my brain does not appreciate that. No idea why. Like, I could play Breath Edge, which is basically the same thing, but it doesn't have the distortion thing. Maybe I should remove those foundations because they're not exactly very pretty. Okay, I actually have finished the pipelines for the stuff that needs to go into these. The next step then is... wait. I can't... that pipe needs to be Mark II. The lower pipe can be Mark I. I think it's probably a good idea to keep it, the lower pipe here, Mark I, due to the balancing thing. Even though the pipe going in there is Mark II. Or Mark 1, I mean. Thank you. I shall check it out shortly. Let's see, just finish up these pipes. Because each of these require 300 HOR, and yeah, this part was 300 HOR and 600 water. This not. And continue on going around. I think that should do the trick. All I need to do now is make sure that the heavy oil residue comes down into this pipeline as well. And oh yeah, remember that that art piece I made. That looks like the things we can do in the game now with the new all of the new items. I'm really looking forward to seeing projects like that. I mean, the building you have there looks just glorious from the outside. And for those of you who are wondering what I'm talking about the link to my Discord server. In the Satisfactory channel, Krashafa just posted a couple of screenshots from his factory. And it is glorious looking. Okay, so now what I have to do is make sure that I get the... I need to build something. Like, if I have this one there... just to know where I need this pipeline to go to. I wasn't totally convinced by the look of the new concrete style on the foundations, like the specific concrete foundation. The coated one could be interesting. I like the grip metal one, but for now I'm actually preferring the old style. But the concrete foundation and the coated foundation, one thing that I didn't consider is the use of those as walls instead of having like, well, I have a pillar on the other side, but instead of having pillars with the that look, you can now make prettier looking pillars if you use the other materials, like from the side. I would say that looks much better than that. Not coated. It looks, yeah, this is the coated version. How does the...
My nondescript facial appendages quiver with anticipation every time I see you.
Welcome in, Corin Horn R9, and thank you so much for the raid. Not sure if Peps is still here, but if he is, I'm sure there shall be a shout out shortly. Because of that thing that, yeah, thank you so much, Peps. Because of that thing I have,
So, tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Tell me what you... If you really be my lover... Oh god, I can't believe I'm singing this song.
Neither can I! Well done! It just picks a clip at random. And it did it well. Oops, I don't want to fall down. So yeah, this really has potential as wall. This looks the same. Ah, that was great. So how are you finding update 5, Corin Horn? Don't worry, you're not the only one. We've Wally and his shenanigan gang has been in a similar situation more than once. Usually doesn't involve singing, but it definitely involves saying it out loud. It does happen. Ah, I haven't actually found any annoying. Well, except for the having to spend 5 hours placing signals yesterday. That was a bit annoying, but I probably could have avoided that if I had not built so many rails before. Then again, it could have been worse. I could have been in the Dune Desert base where I had rails going everywhere. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. I actually like the lines on the old. Oh, that was the old foundations. I like the lines there. Makes it to my brain when I have these grids. It's easy for me to remember that. For instance, I am there or in the middle or there. Because I use the lines on the foundation kind of as a guide, mental guide. Then again, with the new snapping lines everywhere, that does look... it might not be necessary. I have not seen the new green water in ponds. I'm not even sure if I have green water in ponds. Where would I have to go to see that? I mean, this looks blue. Or is it like a biome thing? I mean, this is a pond. That is a sulfur pond with a geyser thing on, so that's definitely not. Yeah, that's why I used smart, because with smart you have the arrow telling you what way the foundation is oriented, so that way I always had the foundations going the same way. Because it wasn't so much that it is an issue for me OCD-wise. I thankfully don't have that problem, but when you're using those lines, as I do use them for alignment, it gets kind of confusing when you suddenly have one that's oriented 90 degrees the other way. So not just for OCD purposes, but the actually, does it seems to keep them oriented the same way now? Because I always detested the fact that it used to alternate them. Okay. I need to connect up the pipe. That was what I was working. Grooved wall plating. I am not sure what that is. I don't remember any... Oh, did they change the walls that much? This looks very similar on both sides. Right. I can see what you mean. Well, this used to be different on one side. Yeah. I very distinctly remember that one side was different than the other one, which kept annoying me because it was a... Yeah, I can see that that would be annoying. That might be fixed by modders though. Like cosmetic things like that, I easily imagine that modders will change things like that. This one should go out there. That might be too close. Yeah, it is too close. You could always pull up a ticket on the question space. I mean, they did re-add the clipping foundations because enough people voted it up. Hold on, let me just check something. There you go. No, feel free to post it. Just had to add you to the list of regulars so that I don't have to authorize you to post the link. Suppose this one can go there. And that should start filling up this. Good. I love this indication here. Since I usually use smart, I will go and upvote it. Which one is it? Basic fix it. I might have to log in. No, I haven't made an account there, apparently. I've never posted anything there. I shall keep the tab open and do it after stream. Start messing with making an account right now. Okay, so this 2 stops at 598, which is interesting in terms of the theories that we were discussing in the Satisfactory community at large in update 4. Enjoy your food, and thank you again so much for the raid, and hope to see you again soon. This one stopped, which is interesting. Did it stop because it's filling up these pipes? Yeah, that's why it stopped. I'm going to go back and check on it later. I like those emotes. I also like that you've called the detonator clack. That is perfect. Okay, so the next step now is... How many water extractors did I need? Okay, I'm gonna do this.
Ugh.
Because I need 20. Ah, right. TIL. 20. I think that bears repetition. Definitely does.
Ugh.
Because I'm not looking forward to building 20 of those. Okay, down we go. I don't remember why I built these things down here. Might have just been... Oh, the Explorer, that's my favorite vehicle. Well, I basically could have. I mean, my channel is basically Satisfactory dedicated for now. I could have used Satisfactory stuff as emotes as well, but I pretend that I am a variety streamer. Did I add power underneath here? Yes. Yes, I did. Yeah, I think my Twitch streams has been like 95% Satisfactory. But it is one of the games that I really prefer to stream as well. When Dyson Sphere program adds more content, I will probably be playing that quite a bit as well. Let's go into Zoop.
Not all who wander are lost.
I love the nick. Thank you so much for the follow, Soggy Waffles. You know what I'll do with the enemies. And bon appetit, Corin. And the big question is, will I be able to fit 20 water extractors underneath this building? Your first and your second guess is correct. The third is not. Yes. It's a hard knock life. That pillar over there is not going to be needed anymore. But I strongly suspect that I will not be able to fit 20 water extractors in this area here. Currently, yes. I needed the oil. For us? For us what? Production. Water extractor. Okay, time to turn down the... So that and that there, that would be the corner. A doom loop? That doesn't sound pleasant at all. What is a doom loop? Oh. You were affected by the, Right, yeah. You were affected by the missing nodes. Yep. That's going to clip into... Let me just see how much that's going to clip into foundations. I think it's going to clip too much. Definitely going to... Okay, so I can fit 3. That does kind of sound like a typical Cobalt loop indeed. I'm amused that they actually managed to remove nodes from the patch. Because I did see that in today's patch notes it said that they had re-added some missing uranium and... was it bauxite nodes? Also, hola, Glass Deviant. Pleasure to see you around as well.
As a rule, I don't sprout tentacles, but in your case, I'll make an exception.
Thank you so
Glass
much.
Deviant is now a Knight Templar for 7 months.
7 months. Wow. Time flies, doesn't it? Thank you so much for the sub, Last Deviant. Also, welcome COS18. If I can fit 3 there, I should be able to fit about 36. Yes, I think are not entirely wrong there. Oh, there's a bug where you don't take any radiation damage. That is a nice bug. By the time I get to nuclear, it's probably going to be fixed. Which is probably for the best. Now... I can probably put up my DPI again. And put it down again. I do fear that that is going to be a little bit too close. Though I do vaguely remember that if I used a 2-meter foundation, I suspect, yeah, that's not going to work at all. I need more space between them. This is where we would want to have half foundations. Pipes do seem fixed, but when I had... I built the fluid buffers somewhere upstairs, nearly at the top. The fluid input seemed to stop at 598, and it should have been 600. So I'm not sure. I'm not keeping my hopes up for it yet, to put it that way. Now the question here is, if I... Is that going to be too close? Yes, it is. Does look funky though. So I need to have some distance between the extractors. But when that is yellow, if I go out like... Oh, right. Now, I remember now what I did to make this correct. I put one of those there, and I put one of those there. Actually, it needs to be there. Remembering all of the techniques one were using before. And then I aligned it so that that looked like that. Thank you for the lurk, class. I think that should work. Yep, that's exactly how I used to do it. So that works. And then I can just place down the next ones in line. For spending copious amounts of a copious amount of time making sure that it actually is aligned. Why doesn't that snap intuitively? Well, no matter. If I underclock these to 600 total, then this would be enough for one. And it would also save me some headache in regards to having to deal with balancing. Or I could build 5 and 5, I suppose. Building 5 and 5 probably is the more sensible approach. I'm going to take a quick break though, so I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. Just so I get to stretch my legs and do stuff like that. Like walk around a bit. Bathroom break. Just leave us here. I'll be right back, guys. There we go. Thank you all for waiting. And it has turned night. The moon looks different as well. I saw something about they changing the moon. It looks very different. Okay. I think something bugged. Mildly. Sorry about that. I think I'm crouching. Yes, I am. Okay, so I needed... Did I say 20 of these? Yes. I did say 20 of these. So this would be where I would place it, but does that... No. Zoop that over there and remove that again. Then this, zoop that over there. And of course need to place one there and one there, and now we can place the water extractor. Like so. That should work, I think. I hope. That connects. That connects. Perfect. So yeah, I'm just gonna have 5. I don't think there's much difference. I mean, maybe there would be minor saving of power. But since the underclock would be such an insignificant underclock, I really doubt that it would make much of a difference. And there. Some of these, What the heck are you doing, Gizmo? That cat is weird. So he's standing in the window, behind my husband's desk, and, he was popping his face out the curtain, looking at me. With the most bizarre look on his face. Okay, so that's 2 sets. Yes, you do make... Occasionally you make good points, Wally. This would be one of the occasions. It is rare, but I feel that the times that it does happen should be commented upon. True. Both of you are very spot on here. At least building water extractors isn't the massive pain in the beep that it used to be. there. It's weird to be working with this low of a DPI. That actually had me lift up the mouse 4 times just to do that rotation. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's another set. Yeah, I have room for the 20 water extractors underneath here. This is good. Might even be able to... I don't know, I might have... I think 36 was a fairly good approximation of what I would have been... what I would have had room for. Sheesh. Also, welcome, I'm Zrebor. Up there. And that goes there. One thing I do wonder about is why the water extractors sometimes, when you use the mouse wheel, you rotate them. They rotate 90 degrees at a time. Other times they don't, and I'm not sure what causes it. Right, that's 20 water extractors. Now for the interesting part of figuring out where am I gonna take those pipelines upwards. I need some kind of indication. There they are. Actually, I think I want to use the frame foundation for that. Zoop 3 out. Zoop 3 out. Out, and that one is kind of obvious. Speaking of which, I don't think this one is necessary anymore. So finally this one and zoop 3 out. Okay. Now I need 4 pipelines going up. Okay, Cobalt, thank you so much for popping in, and I hope you have a pleasant... Yeah, it is about evening your time now, like early evening, so I hope you have a pleasant evening. Thank you so much for popping in. Look at that, Caleron can count. Would have thought. It's a rare occurrence. This is true, but I would have been able to figure it out nonetheless. I'm wondering, if you look at factories that are made, like, from what I've seen other people do, one thing that does look quite pretty is actually pipelines running outside of the buildings. But since I now have the pipelines running inside the buildings in most parts, I kind of feel that it would look weird if I started having 4 pipelines running outside the building for the water. And then those would be the only pipelines running outside of the building. I think I want to have them on the inside. But one little thing that I have to keep in mind here is that I also need to have a fluid buffer for the water, and that might be interesting here. So this is not going to work. Let's see here. It doesn't really matter where the water comes in to this loop. It could go in there, or it could go in there, or it could go in there. You mean as Rear Admiral? Rear Admiral? I do believe that this is 2 foundations up. It is. And I also believe that fluid buffer. Oh, I was wrong. It isn't. It is actually a perfect fit. Might even have been able to fit it one more up. You kind of lost me there, Peps. Yeah, I kind of dread when Hannah is going to do that, because that probably means that this thing here is probably going to be inside of this, which means that half of this is going to vanish and I have to restart. I mean, it'll still be working, but it's going to be kind of hard for me to do anything with it. Okay, so what I want to do here... This is going to... we're not going to fly down just yet. This is going to be a little interesting thing here. Let's see. Are all of these... Yes, all of these are, in fact. Which means that it might be prudent... Okay, the pipelines down there is going to be a very interesting little endeavor. But I do have an idea for how I want it to look down there. If I build 2 foundations there, and I take that fluid buffer and I put that here, and then I take this and I put a floor pipeline hole there, then we take a pipe. No, wait, I need that floor pipeline to be... I think there. Yes. Like that. Now, you may be curious why I want to have it like this. And the reason for that is that I want to make sure that this pipeline is fully saturated and that water is dropping down into the fluid buffer, instead of just coming straight up into it. That way I will have a certain sense of control in regards to fluid entering the buffer. And then what I can do is this. I'm mildly amused by the fact that we can do that. See, Peps, I'm actually making use of the clipping, even though I'm cleaning up after myself. Also, this needs to be Mark II. Do I really have to explain to you the same thing that I do explain to Wally? That you guys do not get to define what is heresy. That is my job. I thought better of you. Yeah, that is exactly what I wanted to build. Well, you can try, like Wally does, but it's not going to affect me or my views on what is heresy and not in any way at all. That was the wrong button. And I'm very appreciative of the fact that I do not have to do all those shenanigans with the wall mounts, building them one foundation further down and so forth. I'm very much a fan of these floor holes. And the final one, which I'm obviously not going to use, it's just a marker, is going to be there. That should give me a straight pipe, like that. Good, so I'll just leave that there as a marker. I like this definition. Heresthesia. It's like synesthesia, but makes everything look like heresy, except tentacles, cause tentacles are never heretical. You're a true believer, Glass Deviant. It's more than I can say about my moderators. How would you like to be made a moderator? I mean, having one moderator who isn't a heretic would at least be something. Wait, do you eat calamari? Wouldn't work, I'm too immoderate.
Not all who wander are lost.
Ah, see. And thank you so much for the follow, Bazoo06. Welcome to the channel. I have not and never will eat calamari.
Not all who wander are lost.
Also, thank you for the follow, Grimbean79. Welcome to the channel as well. I think this would work. Or will work. Yeah, you eat calamari. Well, so does Wally. I do believe Malarian does. Not sure about Peps. And I'm not sure about Quad. I am very, 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 very confident that Arakel / Theliomyth would never ever touch calamari, even with pliers or tongs or whatever they're called. So he's out of that. He does not follow that heresy. I don't remember if you eat calamari or tentacles or something. Wallamari, bought from Wallamarty. Tentacle, yeah, there we go. Buttspot agrees. Tentacle from Wolamarty and Tentacleave Wolamarty. Okay, so a majority of my moderators are actually heretics. Oh well. I guess it speaks volumes about my I don't think Buttspot eats anything, to be honest. But this does speak volumes about my is it called temperance, tolerance, something like that. Let's make this a little prettier, shall we? Calamari coated in flour and deep fried. Yuck. Ugh. Actually, the frame pillars, I haven't tried those. Do they look better than the... I do have a question here, though. I also wish it would tell me what foundation I'm building. Really, game? As it is now, I have to kind of guess based on the... Yep, got the right one. And I have to test that. Do not soup, please. Made a wall. Okay, it actually doesn't show through the wall. It does, but it is like... It doesn't say anywhere here. So I have to look at the texture. Which means that it is difficult for me... No, you're right, it does say. If I actually read what's said in small letters above foundation. Never mind. Oh. Oh, that would be... That's just perfect. I can easily imagine Peps as a Pekingese? Peking... something. Small little barking thing that barks on everything that moves. Yeah, that sounds like Peps to me. Pekingese. Pekingese. Somehow that doesn't sound entirely correct to my... I think I'm gonna switch those pillars out with frame pillars. Can I soup these things? Yes, I can. Kinda makes life a little bit easier. Then we need a foundation here, and I want it to be one foundation, and I want it to be grip metal. Remove Aziz, and copy that, and well, getting that to snap is a little bit... Well, I can remove those, that would probably help. And again, we're in the zoop mode. And they haven't fixed that, because now it changed the orientation of the foundation. Did you do that on the other one as well? Yes, it did. could be Tentacle Kingies, it could be P Tentacles, or it could be P King Tentacle. You're welcome. And then this, this. It does, doesn't it? Yep. That would be one of those moments indeed. I'll zoom that up to... I think it's there. That goes there, and that goes there, and I just need to count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then the wall hole, rather the floor hole, goes there, I believe. I think I didn't build that the same way as I did over there. No, I started at the buffer. I do like paella, but I do not like paella with tentacles in it. Here we go. And then we get to build the floor holes all the way down. Was wrong. Again, we're gonna leave a pipe here. Just to mark the location. These crazy builds do take a little bit of time. I like paella with fish as well, but I have no idea about the English name for the fish in question. I only know that it's a white fish. Rather, I know the Norwegian name for it, but the fish in question is a white fish. As in, fish meat, in case anyone wants to buy that. Still in zoop mode, but I should get used to that, because when I'm using Smart, I always have to double click anyways. I've never tasted paella with chicken, but it does sound tasty, to be honest. I am fond of chicken. It's always nice when you, like, right now, I feel that I'm kind of like in a flow. It's very soothing when you build. Just have this feeling that everything is just working the way that you want it to. I think that's too low. You could list up the names of the fish, I don't know, breeds? No idea. But I would have to actually go use Google Translate to see, because I don't know what those fish are. Fish usually hasn't been a topic that I have discussed much in English. Would be either sei or torsk. Torsk, I believe, would be cod. Yeah, well, your redeem was given, Wally. I can give you a refund of those points because I answered it for free. Well, sei is written S-E-I. Just 3 letters. It's a very pleasant fish. It's not very strong in taste. It can be used for pollock. Yeah, thank you. I actually knew that. Pollock, indeed. So paella with either cod or pollock. That is quite tasty. Or even both. Pollock we usually use for fish cakes. Yeah, pollock is a rather mild-tasting, pleasant fish to eat. It's one of those fish types that is, at least to my palate, an easy eating fish. And I'm still bewildered by the fact that you eat fish, Wally. But I have no difficulties eating the red meat fish types like salmon or trout. Trout is one of my favorite fish types. And also we have, I have no idea what this is in English, but we have this, it's just written like that. And it's pronounced ur. Or some people will call it ur, but usually it's just pronounced ur. It's a bit more rich in taste, and it is a white kind of fish meat, but I find it very, very pleasant, especially if it has been salted. I'm not that fond of too much salt in my food, but a mild, it has to be salted to taste well, but it's definitely one of the fish types that I like. I can look it up actually. The Latin name for it is actually Sebastus norvegicus. So apparently it is a fish that is native to the Northern Sea. The English name would be rosefish. It looks ugly. It is not a pretty fish. It looks quite ugly. I don't know how representative this image is, but apparently this is what it looks like in its native habitat. It's quite expensive though, but if I were to say my favorite fish, I suppose goldfish is pretty. And the well, some of the usual aquarium fish, there are quite a few of those that are pretty. But my definite favorite fish to eat would be halibut. A nice halibut fillet that's probably the best fish I can get. But that is not an easy fish to eat. If you don't like the taste of fish, you probably do not like halibut, because it very distinctly tastes fish. But it is that distinct taste that I like. Oh, you actually do like halibut. It is dreadfully expensive. Well tied with orange tentacly. Uh-huh. That came out wrong, but spot. Yes. I am going to have to do something with these crossings, because I can't have some red and some orange junction crosses, but for now I'm just going to ignore it and concentrate on getting this thing done. Okay, so there we have that one done. Now we need the pipeline holes to be lined all the way down here. I suppose I could place those from underneath instead, but since I'm on the last one, who cares? I'm a bit curious how it's going to be looking at the railroad level. But yes, I've said it before and I'll repeat it. I really love these floor attachments, and I'm also looking forward to using the floor attachments for lifts. It actually looks kind of cool, having those pipes going like that. Okay. So it doesn't really matter where these things come out, because what I have to do now is... well, I guess it kind of matters. I haven't tested them yet. Also, welcome to, I've already said welcome to the stream, but welcome to the chat as well. Good night. You've been trying them out? I wonder how that's going to work out. I'm curious about that. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then a pipeline support there. And then here, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, this needs to be 3. Because I need 2 pipeline supports like that. I can remove that, and I can remove that. And I want to have a pipeline. This one is going to go up 1, 2, 3. Pipeline support on top. And that pipe is going to go there. This pipe is going to go there. And this pipe is going to go there. I'm not sure what clearance it is overlapping, but why is that saying that it's overlapping clearance? There's nothing here. Ah, whatever. Now for this one, 1, 2, 3, 4. Pipeline on top. Goes there. Connects to there. That one is also. Half the time the lift just clips through it, the other half it gives hard clearance messages. Interesting. This one needs to go up 2. I might have to go up 1 further, actually. Yeah, I do. Because if I place pipeline support there, it's going to make it like that. Yep, I have to go. This one needs to go up 3. Move that, move that, 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 more, 1 more. This isn't necessary. Wait, 2. I really wonder what the clearance issue is here, because that's fine. That's fine. Just this as well. But that is not fine. Doesn't even make sense to me. What is it not clearing with? Not that it matters, but just weird. And the next one is way over there. So here we need that to go to there. And we need 2 of these. That one goes into the ceiling. This one goes there. This one goes. That might be the problem, I suppose. It could be as simple as that, or it could be that those, the pipe indicators, are considered clipping. But I don't know why that would affect this one. I built that too close, didn't I? How far off did I go? 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm going to do the same here. It is probably just some temporary issue while they iron out things. this next one, we are going to want to have 2 on top. That one into there. This is an awkward pipe, but it should not be a problem. Actually, I need that there. It should be fine though. 3, 4, 5. I'm going to have to go pick up more copper sheets. It's one too many. And this one connects to the ceiling. That one goes there, and that one goes there, and remove that. Take the rest of them. I'm dangerously low on some of these components now. I need more steel beams, for instance. I have some here. Plastic, I can take those. So far so good. And then this stuff here, I'm gonna just put one there. 2 up. Of course I could soup those as well, but... yeah, that one too. Yellow, it doesn't make sense. It's like it's detecting that it's clipping with itself. Maybe not itself, but the rather the conveyor, the support. Yep. As in, it detects some kind of clipping with that, which is weird if that's the cause, but. Okay, so that's that level of pipes completed, and I have all the pipes going up. So the next thing now is to place pumps. And I think that the most sensible location for the pumps down here is actually on the pipe down here. Evenly on all of them. But how far up will that go? Only to there? Suppose that's 50 meters, but I thought it would be 50 meters up, not just 50 meters from the pump. Because I don't think I can very well place a pump in there and expect it to work. and I definitely do not want to have a pump there. Okay, then I guess I'll place a pump here as well. Or is there some kind of... Oh, it isn't. I was wondering if it might be some kind of issue with the floor things, but that should work, and then it should snap. Yeah, of course it snaps there. I think what I'm going to do to make it, I kind of want it to look uniform. I'm going to have the pump on the pipelines down there, and then what I will do is do this. And I think that will be too long for the pipeline. No, it won't. That also yellow. So it is almost as if it's clipping with itself. Yeah, I'll probably get the blenders to work, and that should be a good time to stop, because I don't want to deal with all of the refineries doing the recycled plastic and stuff. If my brain isn't too wrecked when I'm done with the blenders, I might set up the it's stopping there. That doesn't even make sense. I'm sensing some kind of bug here. It should not be stopping there. Because that's definitely not 50 meters. And it went farther than that the last time I put it there. It should be stopping like there. Thank you, Yaman42, and you have a great night as well. Hope to see you again. I'm very confused by this. I guess I can do it this way. I can have a pump before... Problem, though, is on these... The pump isn't going to clip really, is it? If I have a pump there, due to the small footprint... No, that's going to work, actually. I'll do it like that, then. I'll have a pump down on every segment there. It's not like power is an issue. I mean, these things require... I don't remember how much power they do require, but it's not that much. No power. Why does it say how much power it requires? It probably says in here. 6... Yeah, 8 megawatts, that's... whatever. Now... This should snap somewhere. And I went way further. Okay. Put that, because I didn't find any snap point. there. Okay, so move these. I do need to retain one of the holes. That is so weird. It stops at that. Okay, that works. That there. And it'll snap here, which is where I want it to snap. And that'll put it up there. It's fine. And again, I'm going to remove those two. Then connect that there. I'm going to have to do fences or something around that. Due to the pumps mainly. So this one would be here. It's enough to take it there, which I'm fine with. How far above? Okay, so probably replicate that-ish. Now, if only those material things weren't in the way. Darn, it is exactly not enough. That's gonna be a small problem. Well, what I can do is hide the pump underneath. Yeah, that's something I could do actually. Instead of doing it like this, let's do this one more time. If I put this back in place. I put this back in place. This. I remove that one. That one. And I connect... Oh, I need a hole there. That. Okay, that should work. What I'm thinking. And again, remove this pump. I don't know how many times I've removed that now. Get there. Does that carry? Yes, it does. Good. Put that there. Now I just gently put this. there. That will go all the way up there. Good. We do the same here. Save. Put the pump there. And finally we put a pump. Probably don't need a Mark II pump there, but I think it looks better than the Mark I version, so... Now I can play around with the new Update 5 stuff to make some kind of decoration around these underneath, but I think I'm quite happy with what that looks like. Now if I have some, I don't know, architecture? Put some modern railings around this. That should be zoopable. That. This is kind of hidden in the industrial floor. That's not too bad. I guess service floor is more accurate. There we go. The best location for that pump would have been there, but apparently that didn't want to go further than that. Weird reason. Okay, now to copy this. Kind of weird how it removes the entire pipeline whenever I do that. That is a feature, I guess, or I suspect that Coffee Stain is going to get serious requests about. Give us back the option to place pipelines and remove the seams. If this is how it works now, that it actually removes the pipelines that they do need supports to function. Okay, so it only affects the floor ones. That's good at least. Yep. The fact that it wants to... That might... No, that works. I hope I placed the other pumps the correct direction, but I'm redeemed. I'll go check just in case. The light indicator should face downwards. Good. Good. Yep. And the final one, is on the pipe there, so that's fine. Would have been nice if they had a button for disabling snap. They didn't want it. Like for instance here. I didn't want that to snap. Might be a good idea to build it the right way. No idea why it's turning them around all the time now. It's one of the quirks of Satisfactory. Yeah, that was what I was going to have a look at. Walls. These require silica, but I really like these windows. I think they are the best looking windows so far in the game. Except for the fact that they're stained. They could have been polished. But there's also the full frame window, which I really like. Oh, stained. But having just pure windows, I'm very much a fan of that. However, for the corners, I am going to use the regular wall. Wait, did they add doors? They did. Interesting. That's a nice touch. What do the regular walls require? Automated gate. Automatically opens when living beings or vehicles approach it. How... How does that work? Okay. That is funny. Right. Basic wall. Thank you very much. And that just requires the usual stuff. So just gonna place one there and one there for now. Otherwise it's going to be a little bit annoying for me to place down the pipes. That, okay, and then we can remove this, and this, and that, this, and that, and finally this one, and that. We have to connect up the pipes again. Now the interesting thing is, if I had used the old method of using these and just laying them down 1 meter further down so that it looked like it was a wall or a floor hole, then I wouldn't have had to rebuild the pipes. So I hope they fix that, because it seems unnecessary. Anyhow, pump. That stops exactly where I expected it to stop. No, it doesn't. And this is where I would like... Yeah, okay, so it's fine here. It's far enough away that it doesn't snap. It is. It is definitely still faster this way, because if I were to do it the other way, then I would have to build the foundation one further down. Souping does help a little bit with it, but I'm pretty sure that you are spot on that it is quicker this way. Now, do I have enough concrete? And no, I need more iron plates, I think. But I'm gonna zoop this up here and up there. And I think I have... I know I have concrete in the train. I'm not sure about iron plates. Not going to do any kind of beautification stuff now. That comes later. But I want these walls to be in the corner, just like on the other side where I have pipelines going up with oil. Go. The pumps do need power, but I have that readily available at all of these sections, I believe. Yes, I do. I do not have them here, though. Thank you. This one I could probably do with moving one further over. And on this side, because otherwise I'm going to be dropping right down into the ocean. I have to do the same here. Kind of interesting how this ends up being one more each time. That one is not strictly necessary anymore. Remove that. But I think I'm going to keep that just in case, because I don't want to lose power when I'm on the or using the hover back. That should enable us to add power to the pump from here. It's gonna clip a little bit. Do I care about that clipping? Not sure. I mean, I can remove the clipping if I remove the power line there, and I put one here as well. I can have it non-clip that way. I usually don't care about clipping power lines though. But I must admit that this does look better. So I'm gonna do that. It doesn't take me that much time anyways. And since I discovered it on the first level, and I have to do this on every level, it's fine. You need to hook up this to a connection. Yes, I am aware. Okay, that's that level. Let's continue downwards and do the same. I don't really need to remove that because I can just take this here, connect it to the pump and move on. Yeah. That kind of seems redundant. So that's that level. I'm not sure how I'm going to do power down here. So I'll save that for last, I think. And this one would be redundant. That one would probably also be redundant, but I'm not that. I kept it at the other floor I was working on anyways. I must say that even with the quirks and bugs and stuff that are in the game, like splitters and mergers, for instance, being placed in all kinds of various bizarre fashions, and the occasional little bug here and there, I must admit that Satisfactory has come a long way from where it was. I mean, the hover pack is like a massive, massive quality of life thing. I really do love the hover pack. Building that I've been doing here without the hover pack would have been not that fun, shall we say? Update 5, I mean, Update 4 added a lot of stuff, like tier stuff and things like that. I was a little bit surprised that they didn't include any new space elevator tier stuff. I mean, there is a new little Easter egg in addition to the golden cup, which is fairly amusing. But, and those of you who have been watching Rune Sun will be very aware of what that is. I'm not going to tell what it is, because there might be people in the chat who don't want that spoiler. But I found that little new Easter egg very amusing. But other than that, I like that they actually made Update 5 very much a quality of life, architecture, building style, zone update. Like the Northern Forest is absolutely gorgeous now. I think I'm normally not that fond of, like, I tend to prefer deserts, because I like orange. It's very easy on my eyes. The Dune Desert is maybe a little bit too intense, so the Rocky Desert is quite nice, but the trees in the Northern Forest and the way the pine cones have this glow at night thing, I really like it. So maybe they'll update more of the fauna trees, because the trees in the Northern Forest now looks like it's higher quality textures and stuff like that than the other trees in the game. That might just be the my bias or something. Yeah, that's how I felt as well. So many mushroom things that was growing there. Now it actually feels like a sort of Scandinavian forest, although more temperate than Scandinavian forest would be. I'm also conflicted about... I've seen people request weather, and I'm kind of conflicted about whether or not I would want weather. Like, for instance, when I play City Skylines, I usually disable the weather because I find it mildly annoying. Might just be me who is weird though. That would not be anything new. Should be mentioned. Okay, so I do have those. Now at these positions here, you find real life weather mildly annoying. Well, I'm annoyed by the fact that we don't have enough. We haven't had enough rain in Norway this year, which means that our power prices have been rather insane. Compared to what we are used to. Do I want these here? Oh. I do not know. I'm not sure I like the fact that I need silica to build windows now, but... yeah, I do want those windows there to see the pumps through, and I probably want 2 of them. Get back to that. Maybe I want windows all along here. Maybe I even want the hex frame windows. Sure. Yeah, I might want the hex frame windows or even the full glass windows. The full glass windows or full frame windows might be a bit too much. But as a... yeah, no, I don't think I want those. How do they look in comparison to one? That looks better, I think. Because otherwise it's going to be very, very much red. So these could be like brake lines. Yeah, power for the pumps. Full windows.
My nondescript facial appendages quiver with anticipation every time I see you.
Good evening, Big Wolf Chris, and thank you for the raid. And welcome into the raiders as well. I'm not sure if Peps is around. There he is.
Oh God! What are you doing?
Driving a car.
Thank you. I'll have that place back. Hey, do you mind? Thank you. Rude. It's my place, not yours.
That was a very interesting combination of expletives and being polite to the other cars. How are you finding update 5, by the way? Oh, before I forget, I need to test that. Yep, I see what you mean there, Corin. I didn't start afresh. The signals. You've played enough Factorio to know that the signals you have to deal with making blocks, signal blocks. Otherwise, the signal system will treat your entire train network as one block, and your trains will not go anywhere. I decided I didn't want to start afresh because I started this stuff here in April, I think. I moved over from the Dune Desert base. And I'm not... well, I've unlocked most stuff, but... I mean, I'm working on plastic and rubber now, so... it's early enough in the game that I... or progression that I feel okay with just continuing it as is. Sure about power to these water extractors. Although if you started fresh, I'm sure you've noticed the changes to the concrete recipes, or the foundation recipes, where you suddenly need either more concrete or if you unlock the... yeah, I'm kind of curious about that, because adding in iron plates for the default foundations early on seems a bit rough. Yeah. Then again, you can unlock the concrete, the pure concrete foundation, with 4 coupons in the sink. Each foundation will then cost you 8 concrete, but I guess... and they look ugly. At least as flooring, but it's something at least. Yeah, they did half the concrete amount. No, it isn't, but like, I have a tendency to build a lot of foundations, like a lot of them, so that could be a minor annoyance to me in the beginning, but it's probably fine. Okay, if I take... the issue is... call it an issue. Well, it really isn't an issue. It's just that I want things to look neat. I have one there. One there. And I guess one there. Not perfect, but it's okay. Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of the concrete foundation top markings, but it might just be habit. Alright, Big Wolf, you have a great night, and hopefully some good sleep. And soon, I hope. It's here. The other side. Going to be asymmetrical, but that's not a... Oh, I didn't. I actually did there. But I also like the what's it called? The grip metal. Even though they require steel beams, I really like the look of these. But they don't have that grid that I like, but I still, it gives a very concise 4x4 division, so I think I could get used to that one. Who's there? There. There. This song reminds me of Minecraft, actually. I was wondering where I had heard a song that sounded like this before. suddenly just clicked. You're not supposed to be there. Here. I'm going to have to redo the entire line there of outlets. I can support. So I need an outlet there. And one here. 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 Finally there. Okay, that means that if I connect that up, I'm going to start this one. I think I want to. As of yet, that would also start up stuff. Then finally we have this line here. There. Okay, so now I remove that one and we start up pumps one by one line. I love that sound. And it seemed to be connected. At space, this one is here and there, and that one there, and continues on to that one. This line goes this one to that one reconnected, so this one there. Now this one can just connect to that one. And then finally this one needs to connect to that one. And they're all working. Good. Connector is there. So this one is fairly easy. Just do that. This one, I'm going to need to put a power connection there, then connect to the pump. And I remove that, place it this. Then again, we are going to have to add there, connect it to the pump, move the long line, continue to that one. From there, we move on to here. Connect. Oh, I forgot that there's a pump here. Pump. Remove the long power cable. Continue. Okay, so that should work as well. That, there. Connect it to the pump. Move the long line. Need to do the same with the other pumps as well. That are on the horizontal pipes. Go you on there. And you on there. That's one. Yeah, all of these pumps have now been powered. And now we go to the next levels. Where I think I already connected up all the pumps to power. Didn't I? Yes, I did. Which means that it's just a matter of getting the water up. And it's coming in. Fill rate 600. Good. There's already water in this pipe as well. Good. This has water. Final one has water. So all we have to do now is wait until the fluid buffers are full. Because I need them to be full before I actually start the blenders. While we wait for that, where is the power connection on these things? It's on the back side. It's gonna be messy if I use. I'm going to go one in. Like so. That up. I'm not going to connect power until all of the pipeline. And I also need to deal with the resin. It's got to be there. And it's going to be a little bit off. And thank you for the host, Dr. Doof. That's that done. I didn't want a power line, I wanted the outlet. I'm on the wrong. Good evening, Doof. How has your afternoon and evening been? Was your endeavors in Factorio successful? This one needs to be there. Oh, you've been lurking. No, I didn't. I suddenly felt so tired that I had to go lie down. Much to my annoyance. Completely useful train system. Okay. Hold on, we need to watch this. See here. And this. How the what the?
Jeez, that was 2,776. Let's keep an eye on this guy again. It's here.
I am highly amused by this.
2000. The train IDs do.
Yep. Completely useful trade system. But that actually has some. I mean, I can see that would actually be useful in some instances. Speaking of which, my my shout out thing hasn't been completely updated, so it still says that I'm an affiliate.
Hey, look! The base made it out alive! Oh my god!
You live up to your name there, Doof. That was not that I'm one to talk. I haven't even dared touch Kerbal Space Program. Kind of feels like well, not too far off from attempting to play Pyanodons for me. Way too much math. Although I must say that it does add for some humorous moments. You tried to land it after you had hit... Oh, right. Yeah, I can see how that would be an issue with rocket engines running while you're trying to land. Kind of makes sense. But as you pointed out, I think, was that the crew module that survived? Okay. Right. It was a good clip. I like that clip. It's intended as a space base. Right. Power line. I want the full outlet. Yeah, that's another thing. That's also one of the reasons, like space exploration in Factorio. It seems like a very neat idea, but it also seems like it could get a little bit... Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Difficult to keep track of things? Like, I'm having trouble enough keeping track of things in my base here. But it really looks like a great mod. I mean, if I were to play Factorio on my own, which is very unlikely to happen, it probably would be with Crestorio 2. And then potentially with space exploration. That's true. That is true. So you go to a planet, automate that planet, and you just set up the production lines there and the rockets, and I guess you can move on to the next planet, and the rockets will carry the stuff you need from that planet whenever you request them, if I've understood how the game works correctly. You did indeed hear Factorio, Peps. I almost think he had a nose for this. Darn it. I hate it when... That was an almost sneeze and it just stopped. So unfulfilling. I think I remember I saw that on... I might have been... Sealy? But I'm not sure. Would have been within the last year. Someone was playing K2 plus SE. Yeah. And when you don't get that fulfillment, it is not very pleasant. Just check that the fluid buffers are full. Yeah, that probably means that all of them are full, but I'm gonna check. Nonetheless. It probably was Sealy, because if it was around a year ago, I think Sealy was basically the only one in Red Circuit that I was watching regularly. Because I didn't really know much about the team at all back then. I just knew that I wanted to join, and I was a bit miffed that you had to be a streamer. And then things changed. Boom. And boom. And boom. I might have seen you then in that if I was, because I'm pretty certain it was Zealy I was watching. Right, we have 24 blenders making fuel for us. This is progress. Now, which I'm not going to do now, we only need 80 refineries making rubber and plastic. Yes, it was definitely Zealy I was watching, because yes, I remember that. I remember I was there in the stream when she just had to give up. Okay, so I need 6 refineries for residual plastic, and I need 6 refineries for residual rubber. And I guess it would make most sense to build them the other way around, with the input on this side and the output going outwards. Yeah, that definitely resonates with me, Peps, that they were on different planets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I be smart. 6. Residual plastic, copy. Paste. Paste, thank you. Yeah. So that would be 360 resin. Oh crap, these need water. I need another 3 water extractors for this. Okay, I'm gonna set up the belts, but I think I'm gonna do the water or the final setup for this tomorrow. This might be a bit too close, I'm not sure. Not really. I can use the same pipeline of water and the resin is 600, so that also fits on one belt, so it's actually fine. This needs to be residual rubber. Paste. Have they changed, given me the option to change the key binding to copy paste? Nah, why would they? Yeah, I miss Sealy streaming. I think a lot of us do, actually. Or really. There you go, Doof. You are now Twitch royalty. Well, this should be interesting. This should be very interesting. Two, 3, 4. Is that high enough? The feeling is very mutual, Dr. Doof. And thank you. 3, 4. I think that should be high enough at 4. The power... I might need to do 5. Let me just check that. That is 4. Now if I put a belt going from there to here... That wasn't exactly how I envisioned the belt going, but... Yeah, that does clip with the power line. So I'll do 5 then. Yeah, I'm envious of the number of emote slots. Then again, my wallet probably is happy about not having that many emote slots, come to think of it. Emotes ain't cheap. Whenever the autosave does that, I get a bit disoriented. This might be too close, but I don't think it is. And now I am really, really going to miss Smart. Why you do this game? I mean, I need this thing to... Hold on. Did they fix... Have they made this? No, they have not. How about that? No, they have not. That's a shame. It would have been nice if this now aligned with the opening down there. Oh, I suppose what I could do is... check this, if this works. That does. Okay, so I have to... Oh, gods. That is most inconvenient. But I suppose it works. I don't want to remove all the power poles. Too much hassle. Okay, and this goes there. 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 There, 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 there. I already have those, so now I can remove these again. Have a nice day at work, Peps. Thank you for being here tonight, and also for doing the shoutouts and stuff. Much appreciated. I will talk very soon. What microphone did you get addicted? I will go do this on each of these. It's funny how the game says that it's in some kind of overlapping. Black Ice Snowball. I've never heard about that. Is that like a blue snowball microphone? Just a new branding thing of it? Okay. Yeah, that's a decent microphone for when you don't want to invest a ton of money into a microphone. and you still just want to have a lot better sound than a headset microphone. I mean, people would say that it's an entry-level microphone, but like the guy that I've been following for my voice meter setup stuff, the Francois from the Francois studio, he's actually using one of those snowballs, and his sound is really good. But then again, he's also an audiophile, without a doubt. But when I changed my microphone to this XLR-based Rode microphone, I kept the filters, equalizer settings and stuff like that I used to be using on my Yeti, and that was not a good idea. It is working, but it isn't working when it is a height difference of 6. Which is why I have to do that, because if I try to snap it up here, it doesn't snap to anything, except for the thing behind it. So I need to build these merger towers to have something that it can snap to. Guess I'm going to have to look through the QA posts that you made. I still have that tab open, so I'll do that after I'm done with the stream, so I'll upvote probably several of them. I'm amazed that they still haven't been able to fix the direction issue of these mergers and splitters. That they alternate every time you build one. Like, this one is now turning frontwards, and now it's still turning frontwards, because sometimes it just works. So that way, now this way, then that way, then that way. It just doesn't make sense. And indeed, knowing how to tweak things really does make even entry-level microphones very, very high quality in terms of sound. I would never have guessed that Francois was using a snowball as his day-to-day microphone. But I do not have that level of knowledge myself, so I don't know how the snowball is compared to the Yeti in terms of you're getting an audio echo. You probably have something like you have a monitor enabled in OBS for the microphone or something, or maybe you have like if I put on my speakers, you would be hearing echo, as an example. If you have some speakers or something going on, that would also cause issues. Is this straight? No. Isn't. And here I need to use... Yeah, the Nano 2 is yeah, that's a decent microphone as well. What is the echo? Is it like does your voice echo multiple times? Or is the echo like game sounds or something else? Yep. Oh, for crying out loud. Why is that encroaching clearance? Ah, these are encroaching clearance because I built them... Ah, right, okay, that's the issue here. Well, if you have your Twitch stream unmuted, then you would of course hear yourself. Like, I have my Twitch stream up in a stream preview in OBS, but I have to mute it because otherwise I get the echo. I wouldn't be able to talk if I was having to listen to my own voice while I was streaming. My brain would get severely confused. And if you have your stream unmuted, then you would of course hear everything that anyone who is watching your stream would be hearing, including your own voice. I have 3 monitors, so I don't really... Did I do it again? I don't really need to use a separate device for it. And when I discover that I can just put it inside of OBS as a tiny little window. My OBS is kind of messy, or I have a lot of things there. I have stream chat, the controls of course, stream health, audio mixer, live view. Then I have the actual preview in OBS. Then I have the statistics. Then I have the activity feed from Twitch, and I have the Twitch stream information, the Twitch stats, and I have the Twitch requests, and I have the sources, and of course the scenes. So I have plenty of things open in my OBS window. Which also means that it is using a little bit more resources than it should, but that doesn't really bother me when I am in the fortunate position to have a Ryzen 5900X. Okay, I did a big mistake here now. Am I going to be allowed to upgrade the belts? Because I need to upgrade the belts in there. Yeah, I might be able to. Do I have alclad sheets in the train? I do. And when it comes to the audio part of my stream, I just trust that the audience will complain if something is wrong. Then I can check it in that case. But usually, I find that... Oh, gods, this is going to be really finicky. Usually I find that just monitoring the... Just paying attention to the mixer, audio mixer in OBS, is sufficient. Sheesh, this is gonna be... And I have to do this 20, 40... a lot of times. Yeah. That ain't gonna work. I'm going to have to redo these two. I'm also a bit worried by this. I'm more than a little bit worried about this. Does this even work? It does work, but I don't think this is intended behavior. Oh well. It is, and the reason why is because of these. Apparently it does weird things to the belts. I'm not sure why. Probably should have just removed the power poles in hindsight, but... no, the problem here was that I had actually misaligned it. That doesn't explain the belt behavior, but it does explain why the distance was wrong. When I upgrade the belt in there, like that, it kind of creates weird things. Okay. I normally never build my belts like this. What I normally do is build the splitters and or mergers first, and then I build the belts between them. Which would be more finicky than this, I think. Sheesh, this is finicky. Like 1 pixel that I can hit to get it into the precision. Yeah, I just grew into the habit of making the splitters and or mergers first because it's just a lot simpler to set up. I don't really mind the dismantling over like these kinds of finicky things. Are not. Okay, I'm going to have to build a sink just to make sure that this actually works, because there are so many little belt bits there that I'm not sure if if this actually does work. I'm amused by how it does that, and apparently I need reinforced iron plates for that. Which I'm not sure if I can have. I do. Thankfully. I don't know why it's doing that. What is it trying to snap to? This is when I hold down control to get it to snap. Almost needs an epilepsy warning. This thing benefit from power, I think. Seem to have been able to get all of them. Seem to be any slowdowns. This is 110. Oh, they changed the sound so that you really know that it is aligned. Okay, this is 110. Yeah, based on the speed that this is emptying, I think we're all good. That's a little bit more disturbing. Yeah, there's a segment somewhere here. There. And where is the offending segment? There. And we have one here as well. Not there, it would seem. Yeah, we're good. How many iron plates do I have left? 519. I actually don't mind that it makes that sound. But I can imagine that other people will. It could make it a little bit more subtle, perhaps. But it is really nice to have that very clear and concise. Yes, it is aligning. Not just one tick. Okay, so these are the refineries that need them, and that's 40 and that's 60. So Mark 1 lift should be sufficient here as well. Right, there we go. That's that done. All this setup now need is water, and I think I'm going to do that tomorrow. Let's fill these things up. And remove that. There. Yeah. I think I am happy with this. I don't want to start messing with water now. The time is 5 AM, so might be a good idea for me to wind down and consider bed. I've actually been streaming for 5.5 hours. Yikes. That is a long time. Well, we're going to raid Wally, and he can, if he's near to completing up, then he can raid someone else, and you can just continue with him. So, thank you all so much for the raids, thank you for being here with me, thank you for the lurks, and in general, just thank you for the nice feeling of being welcomed back into the world of Twitch. Yeah, he can figure out what to do with your cretins. That sounds like an excellent way of phrasing it, Doof. So have a good time zone, everyone, and I will probably be back tomorrow. A little bit, depending a little bit on my husband. I will not be streaming on Saturday, but I might be streaming on Sunday, depending on my sleep schedule. But for now, have a good one, everyone, and see you all next time.